And a very pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Brevard College softball field for USA South Conference softball action between the Tornadoes and the visiting Covenant Scots. First pitch scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Tornadoes game one of this doubleheader starting lineup looks as follows. Shortstop number 10, Taylor Hanna. Center fielder number 13, Jocelyn Falkers, bats second. Third baseman number 12, Emily White, bats third. Second baseman number 16, Allie Grace Hartman, bats fourth. Left fielder number 3, Brittany Franks, bats fifth. Michaela McCoy gets the nod on the mound. She's the pitcher and bats sixth. Serena Rogers is her battery mate. The catcher bats seventh. Number 24, the first baseman, number 8, Autumn Lawless, bats eighth. And batting ninth, the right fielder, number 5, Beth Hyatt. So should be a good one between the Tornadoes and the Scots. We'll bring you starting lineups along with first pitch of this one. Tornadoes and Scots, a 1 p.m. scheduled first pitch on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon on the campus of Brevard College in the mountains of western North Carolina. Thanks for joining us for this edition of Brevard College Softball. second, the center fielder number 3, Vanessa Davis. Batting third, the left fielder number 21, Aileen Hill. Batting cleanup, the center fielder number 10, Faith Manning. Batting fifth, the third baseman number 26, Tori Layfield. Batting sixth, the designated player number 14, McKenna Dance. Batting seventh, the second baseman number 17, Taylor Murdoch. Batting eighth, the first baseman number 35, Brianna Hill. Batting ninth, the right fielder number 12, Emma Giller. In the flex position, the pitcher number 23, Lauren Kierpa. The Scots are coached by Jenny Roan, assisted by Amanda Jones, Hannah Talley, and Haley Brown. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the Brevard College Tornadoes as they line up defensively. Playing right field, number 5, Beth Hyatt. Playing center field, number 13, Jocelyn Falkers. Playing left field, number 3, Brittany Franks. Playing first base, number 24, Autumn Lawless. Playing second base, number 16, Allie Grace Hartman. Playing shortstop, number 10, Taylor Hanna. Playing third base, number 12, Emily White. The catcher is number 26, Serena Rogers. And on the mound for the Tornadoes, number 7, Michaela McCoy. Tornadoes are coached by Bree Sharon, assisted by Dr. Barb Russo and student manager Kendall Bracken. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you and good luck to both teams. Let's play ball. So just about underway here at BC softball field. Michaela McCoy on the mound for the Tornadoes. And first up for the Scots, Jordan Holman, the shortstop First pitch called strike. So Michaela McCoy with first pitch at 12:56 p.m. Eastern Time. The 0-1 inside, ball one. And the 1-1. Holman fouls that back towards the broadcast location. So McCoy able to get to ahead 1-2. Grounded to third, and White makes the play for out number 1. Now batting the center fielder, number 3, Vanessa Davis. Quick out number 2 there goes 6-3. So 2 down here in the top of the first, and that'll bring up Hill. Now batting number 21, Aileen Hill. So the left fielder Hill with 2 outs, nobody on. And the 0-1. Fouled back 0-2. So McCoy getting ahead of these hitters early. If the inning continues, Faith Manning on deck. And the 0-2. Fouled down the right field line, out of play. And the pitch from McCoy. Just missed low. 1-2 the count with 2 outs. This is drilled into center field, so first base hit of the game there by Hill, the 3-hole hitter, and inning will continue here with 2 outs and a runner on first. Now batting the catcher, number 10, Faith Manning. So that'll bring up Faith Manning, the Scots catcher. And this is grounded to short, steps on second base for the force out. Out number 3, end of inning, 1 runner stranded. No score as we head to the bottom of inning number 1 here, game number 1 of this doubleheader. Brevard 0, Covenant 0. Leading off for the Tornadoes, the shortstop, number 10, Taylor Hanna. So Taylor Hanna will lead off for the Tornadoes. Lauren Kierpa on the mound for the Scots. First pitch off the plate, ball one. Bottom of the first, game one of this doubleheader just getting started. Warm conditions for this time of year. Sunny for the most part, maybe a slight little mountain haze in the background. And the 2-0 from Kierpa to Hanna off the plate, ball three. And the pitch. Hanna showed bunt for a moment, then pulled it back. So 3-1 the count. Falkers and White, the other due-ups here. Inning number one. Leadoff hitter for the Tornadoes. Taylor Hanna takes a strike there. So just like that, a 3-0 count has run to 3-2. Taylor Hanna, the junior from Waynesville, North Carolina, Greer High School. And this is hammered down the left field line, and it's going to be a base hit for Hanna. So runner at first, and Hanna able to get on base for the Tornadoes. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the center fielder, number 13, Jocelyn Falkers. So that'll bring up Jocelyn Falkers with base runner at first, the speedy Taylor Hanna. And Falkers is going to beat that out. So now runners first and second for the Tornadoes, just like that. And bringing up a powerful hitter for the Tornadoes, Emily White, has now an early meeting on the mound for the Scots. The entire infield, along with the Scots coach, regrouping after the two quick base runners on board for the Tornadoes. White will be your hitter. Hartman on deck. In the hole, Brittany Franks. So base runner at second is Hanna. Base runner at first is Falkers. And here's Emily White. First pitch called strike. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Good looking pitch there from Kierpa. Count will remain 0-2 after White fouls that. Kierpa offering off. Kierpa, the junior right-handed pitcher out of Alpharetta, Georgia. Fellowship Christian High School. And the 0-2. Grounded up the middle and waving the lead runner home. Taylor Hanna scores. 1-0 Tornadoes, an RBI single for Emily White. So Tornadoes jumping aboard early here with the early 1-0 advantage. And then caught in a rundown there was White. So it's going to be out number one But the run scores for the Tornadoes, and here's Allie Grace Hartman. One-0 the count to Allie Grace Hartman. 1 out after White was caught in a rundown after the RBI single. Now Hartman lifts this into play. A line drive single to left is going to score another run. So an RBI single for Hartman. 2-0 Tornadoes. Falkers scores on the play. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the left fielder, number 3, Brittany Franks. So that'll bring up Brittany Franks. So Tornadoes with an early 2-0 advantage. And current situation, base runner at first is Allie Grace Hartman after that RBI single. Franks is your batter. Michaela McCoy, the Tornado pitcher, who's forced to be reckoned with at the plate as well, waits on deck. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball, 1-2 the count with 1 out. So big for the Tornadoes here to jump on board early. And the 1-2. Fouled back. Count will remain 1-2 as Franks keeps this at bat alive. Franks, the senior outfielder from Belmont, North Carolina, South Point High School. All sorts of leadership roles on campus and called strike 3 there, so 2 outs. That'll bring up Michaela McCoy. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the pitcher, number 7, Michaela McCoy. So I'll bring up Michaela McCoy. Runner on first, 2 outs. Swing and a miss there. 0-1 the count. This is blooped to right field. Fair. Ruling is fair. McCoy is on the move, and it's going to be a stand-up double. Runner second and third. So a well-placed line drive to right field by Michaela McCoy. That'll bring up Serena Rogers. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the catcher, number 26, Serena Rogers. So the Tornadoes looking for even more production here in the bottom of the first. McCoy with the double. Called strike there to Serena Rogers, the catcher for the Tornadoes. Sophomore out of Inman, South Carolina, Chapman High School. Oh-2 the count here. Runners second and third. Tornadoes ahead 2-0. Snap throw to third to try to pick off Allie Grace Hartman. Hartman able to elude the tag, and she's safe at third. So inning will continue, but then a called strike there. So strikeout looking to end the inning, but the damage done by the Tornadoes. Great start to this one. Bottom of the first. Tornadoes 2, Scots 0. So Layfield will lead off for the Scots. She's batting in the 5 hole. And Michaela McCoy will go back to work here. Top of inning number 2. Tornadoes with an early lead. First pitch swinging there. Tough play for White. And safe at first is Layfield. So early base runner here in the 2nd inning for the Scots. Now batting the DP number 14, McKenna Dance. First pitch swings, Dance, force play at second, so fielder's choice goes 4-6, and now 1 out. Now batting the second baseman, number 17, Taylor Murdoch. So that'll bring up Murdoch, the 7-hole hitter, starting second baseman for the Scots. Base runner at first is Layfield. Or check that, Dance after the fielder's choice. 1-0 the count. Pitch off the plate, ball 2. McCoy with the 2-0. Grounded up the middle and safe at first, but fielder's choice once again gets the lead runner, so 2 outs now. Now batting the first baseman, number 35, Brianna Hill. So that'll bring up Brianna Hill. She's the starting first baseman, batting in that 8-hole. So runner at first. After 2 force outs have gotten the first 2 outs of this inning. Michaela McCoy will go back to work for the Tornadoes. The senior out of nearby Cullowhee. Stolen base there, counted. Taylor Murdoch able to swipe second. Tornadoes looking for their 4th win of the season. This is grounded to short for out number 3. And we'll head to the bottom of the 2nd. Brevard 2, Covenant 0. So Autumn Lawless will lead off for the Tornadoes. enjoying a 2-0 early lead here in the bottom of the second. Kierpa will go back to work on the mound for the Scots. First pitch fouled off down the left field line, out of play. Autumn Lawless, the freshman from Simpsonville, South Carolina, not all that far from us here. Pitch there off the plate. On deck for the Tornadoes, the right fielder Beth Hyatt. And also due up this inning, Taylor Hanna back to the top of the order. 1-2 the count to Lawless. And the pitch. Put into play here for out number 1. Now batting for Tornadoes, the right fielder, number 5, Beth Hyatt. So I'll bring up Beth Hyatt. Nobody on, 1 out, bottom of the second. First pitch off the plate, ball 1. Tornadoes, the early 2-0 lead. Looking to add to that. 2-0 the count. And the pitch, swing and a miss. 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Fouled off here. 2-2 now the count. And the pitch. Off the plate. 3-2 now the count to Beth Hyatt. Hyatt bats from the left side, the sophomore from Sunset, South Carolina. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got her to chase that fastball. So out number 2, back to the top of the order we go. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the shortstop, number 10, Taylor Hanna. So that'll bring up Taylor Hanna. No out, 2 outs, nobody on. Hanna singled down the left field line in her first at-bat, able to advance to second on a Falker single, and then came all the way around to score on an Emily White RBI single that got that first inning scoring going for the Tornadoes. Tornadoes then added another run on a Hartman RBI single, tried to add a third run, got some things cooking on a McCoy double, but Scott's able to avoid further damage as Hanna takes the long walk around to regroup. And now the 1-2. 2-2 now the count with 2 outs. 2-0 the score, second inning. A lot of 2s on that scoreboard. Deuces wild, as they say. And the 2-2. Off the plate, 3-2. Grounded into right, And on the move here is Hannah. She's going to stop at third, so a triple with 2 outs for Taylor Hannah. And that's a triple for Taylor Hannah. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the center fielder, number 13, Jocelyn Falkers.
Hey, Patrick, this camera's starting to mess up. The one right there.
So a triple by Hannah with 2 outs here, and that'll bring up Falkers. Called strike. Oh, 2 the count with 2 outs. Runner on third is Hannah. And the pitch. Inside low, 1-2 now the count. So Taylor Hannah, 2 for 2 thus far. A single, a triple, also a run scored. If the inning continues, Emily White on deck. And the pitch. High outside, and now Hannah caught in a rundown. And tagged out at third, so Hannah will be out for out number 3. End of 2, your score, Brevard 2, Covenant 0. So Emma Giller will lead off for the Scots. 9-hole hitter, batting in the leadoff spot here to start this 3rd inning. Bunt fouled back there for strike number 1. And the 0-1. Fouled off. Strike 2. And the 0-2. Popped up, out of play. Big effort there by Rogers to try to somehow catch that foul ball. All you have to do is take a look at Rogers' uniform and see all the dirt on it now to see what kind of effort that was. 0-2 the count. Michaela McCoy facing off against Giller. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. McCoy got her swinging. Strikeout for Michaela McCoy, out number 1. Now batting the pitcher, number 23, Lauren Kierpa. So now to bring up the starting pitcher for the Scots, Kierpa. And McCoy will go to work against her. First pitch blasted into center field. Sharply hit. Line drive for a base runner for the Scots. So correction there, actually was in the flex, so she's not hitting. That was Jordan Holman with lead single, and then Holman able to go second. So our apologies, mixing up the batting order there for you. But Holman is now the runner on second, and the batter is Vanessa Davis. And the pitch. High. So runner on second. That's Holman after she singled, just ripped a line drive up that middle of the infield and into center field. Holman then promptly stole second. And now Davis with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. She pops this up. And that'll be out number 2. Bringing up Aileen Hill. Now batting left fielder number 21, Aileen Hill. So Hill, the batter, now with 2 outs, runner at second. And the pitch. Just off the plate, outside, ball 1. If the inning continues, catcher Faith Manning is on deck. You can see her with some of her catcher's gear already on. She'll happily remove that gear if she gets the opportunity to hit here and this inning continues for the Scots. Great day for softball here on a Wednesday afternoon. And the 2-0. Called strike. 2-1. And the pitch. Lifted just over the outreached arms of Allie Grace Hartman at second base, and that's going to score a run, an RBI single scoring Holman. RBI single for Hill, so it's 2-1 now to Tornadoes on top. Now batting the catcher, number 10, Faith Manning. Sub high, outside, ball one. And then the base runner apparently was called out for out number 3. So just like that, end of the inning, we'll head to the bottom of the third. Your score, Brevard 2, Covenant 1. So Jocelyn Falkers will lead things off for the Tornadoes here in bottom of the third. This is grounded up the middle. Go very strange hop at the last moment, and Falkers will take first base. So early base runner here for the Tornadoes. Now batting for Tornadoes, the third baseman, number 12, Emily White. That'll bring up Emily White. 1-for-1 RBI single back in the first, and looking to add to those totals as this is popped up. And that'll be out number 1, so first pitch swing in there, White, results in out 1, and that'll bring up Allie Grace Hartman. Now batting for Tornadoes, second baseman, number 16, Allie Grace Hartman. And the pitch. First pitch off the plate, ball 1. Allie Grace Hartman, senior from Lawndale, North Carolina, Burns High School. And the pitch. Called strike. That pitch low outside, ball 2. Called strike there, so 2-2 now the count. And the pitch. And that's going to reach the gap in between the center fielder and the right fielder and score the run, and it's a triple for Allie Grace Hartman. RBI triple, add a run to the Tornadoes total, and a big-time piece of offense there for the Tornadoes. And that's a triple for Allie Grace Hartman. So Allie Grace Hartman with the RBI triple, scoring Jocelyn Falkers. And the Scots with another meeting at the mound to regroup and see if the Tornadoes keep this inning going. Brittany Franks. Now batting for your Tornadoes, left fielder number 3, Brittany Franks. So Franks with an opportunity here with 1 out. Hartman's the base runner at third. Franks tries to lay down a bunt. It rolls foul, strike 1. So Tornadoes with 2 runs in the first inning, now a run in the third. Fouled off on the bunt attempt. 0-2 the count. And the 0-2. Once again, a foul bunt, and that's going to be strike 3. So 2 outs now for the Tornadoes. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the pitcher, number 7, Michaela McCoy. So I'll bring up Michaela McCoy after the strikeout on the foul bunt for out number 2. 3-1, Tornadoes on top. Game 1 of this doubleheader. If the inning continues, Rogers on deck. That pitch in the dirt. Nice job there by Faith Manning to block that ball with a base runner on third. Base runner on third is Allie Grace Hartman. She hit an RBI triple to score Falkers and to give the Tornadoes a 2-run advantage. 1-2 the count, 2 outs. Bree Sharon is the head coach of the Tornadoes. She also controls things in the third base box when the Tornadoes are at bat. This is grounded to second and beating it out. So RBI single for McCoy, and that'll score Hartman. So add another run for the Tornadoes. Now batting the catcher, number 26, Serena Rogers. So Tornadoes now with 2 runs this frame. McCoy really legging out that single, beating the throw, showing that speed. We know she has power. We know she's a powerful pitcher as well. And now showing prowess on the base pass, McCoy. This has popped up for out number 3, but Tornadoes able to get 2 more runs in that frame. Brevard 4, Covenant 1. We'll head to the top of the 4th here at the BC softball field on the campus of Brevard College. So Faith Manning will lead things off for the Scots here in the top of the 4th inning. Michaela McCoy will go back to work in the circle. First pitch from McCoy, low, outside, ball 1. And the 1-0. Ball 2 to Faith Manning. These teams scheduled to play 2 in this weekday doubleheader. Covenant making the trip from Lookout Mountain, Georgia. Men's soccer team, by the way, will make the trip from Brevard to Lookout Mountain on Friday. They play in the USA South Conference West Division Championship game on Saturday at Covenant. So good luck to the Brevard College men's soccer team. 3-0 the count to Manning. And the pitch. Called strike. Nice looking pitch there. Painting the outside part of the plate there was McCoy. Want to congratulate the women's soccer team as well on a great season. They played in the West Division postseason as well. Fell last night to a tough Piedmont club. As there's ground out for out number 1, and that'll bring up Layfield. Now batting the third baseman, number 26, Tori Layfield. So Tori Layfield will step into the batter's box with 1 down here. Top of inning number 4. And the pitch. And the pitch. Catching that outside part of the plate for strike 2. McKenna Dance, the designated player, awaits on deck. Nobody on. Top of inning number 4. 1 out. The pitch. Fouled, actually popped up and handled there by Allie Grace Hartman for out number 2. Now batting the DP, number 14, McKenna Dance. So McKenna Dance, now with 2 outs, nobody on, will step up to face off against McCoy. McCoy with the pitch. Low outside, ball 1. (2-0) now the count with 2 outs. Three balls, no strikes. So a hitter's count here for McKenna Dance, designated player. And the pitch. Called strike, so 3-1. The at-bat will continue. If the inning continues, Taylor Murdoch on deck. Swing and a miss there, so count runs full. So McCoy has worked her way back from a 3-0 hitters count. Suddenly feeling some momentum here in this at-bat and trying to get the third out here in the top of the fourth. And the pitch. Painting the outside corner, called strike 3. Backwards K for Michaela McCoy. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Brevard 4, Covenant 1. Autumn Lawless will lead things off for the Tornadoes here in the bottom of the fourth inning. On deck for the Tornadoes, Beth Hyatt and then Taylor Hanna due up as well, leadoff hitter. And the 1-0. This is sliced foul out of play. Great to see members of the men's basketball team, men's and women's tennis in the house, football. As this is blasted to left, so base hit there for Autumn Lawless. Base runner on board for the Tornadoes here in the bottom of the fourth. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the right fielder, number 5, Beth Hyatt. Also great to see members of the cross-country team. They're probably pretty familiar with this part of campus where the softball field is located as they do their training for long distance. There's actually a route throughout campus. It goes off-road that these cross-country athletes use from time to time, and it goes right past the outfield here at the BC softball field. Base runner at first for Beth Hyatt. That pitch over the plate, strike 2. No outs here in the fourth inning, 4-1 Tornadoes. Hyatt showed bunt there, laid off that pitch. 1-2 now the count. Seems to be Carpenter bee season here on the campus of Brevard College. You see several of them, which I'm being told they're completely harmless. Here in the grandstand area of the BC softball complex. So I'll bring up Taylor Hanna with one down. As that pitch off the plate, ball one. Jocelyn Falkers on deck. And the 1-0. 1-1 now the count with one out. That pitch off the plate, 2-2 the count. Lauren Kierpa continuing her outing for the Scots. Scots entered this contest, have played many more games than the Tornadoes, 15-13 on the season. Tornadoes 3-7. Full count here with a runner on first. Autumn Lawless, the base runner. And the pitch to Hannah. And runners are safe, first and second. That'll most likely be ruled an error by the infielder for the Scots, and that'll bring up Jocelyn Falkers. Now batting for your Tornadoes, center fielder number 13, Jocelyn Falkers. So Falkers now with an opportunity with two Tornadoes on the base paths. Lawless, the runner at second. Hannah, after reaching first on a fielding error, the runner at first. And the pitch. Fouled back, strike two. So Hannah has reached base all three times she has come to the plate. Falkers with a 1-for-2 day going so far. And the 0-2. Outside, ball one. And the pitch. 2-2 now the count. And count it there. So bases loaded as Falkers able to leg that out. That'll bring up Emily White, a big bases loaded opportunity here. And another visit to the mound by Covenant coach. So Emily White after the Falkers single. So Falkers the runner at first. Hannah at second. Lawless at third. And a big opportunity here for Emily White. White already with an RBI this afternoon and a chance to add to that here. Big time opportunity for the Tornadoes to potentially blow this open, already up 4-1. Now batting for Tornadoes, third baseman number 12, Emily White. So Emily White, big opportunity here. First pitch inside, ball one. Meanwhile, Kirpa has to be careful here. And the 1-0. Off the plate, ball two. And the 2-0. White lifts this deep to center field and over the fence. It's a grand slam for Emily White. Grand slam to center field. Tornadoes just like that. Touch 'em all, Emily White. A grand slam home run for Emily White. So Emily White with the grand slam to deep center field. Big time piece of hit in there from White, and Tornadoes just like that up 8-1. Now batting for your Tornadoes, second baseman number 16, Allie Grace Hartman. Emily White, ladies and gentlemen, a grand slam to the deepest part of the park, dead center. And Emily White touches them all, and just like that, an 8-1 advantage for the Tornadoes. Still just one out in this inning. Allie Grace Hartman at the plate now here in the bottom of the fourth. 2-1 now the count to Hartman. So a 5 RBI day going for Emily White after the grand slam to deep center. And the 3-1. Called strike, so full count to Hartman. On deck, Brittany Franks. And the pitch. Hartman lines this to left field. It gets past the left fielder, and just like that, Hartman's on second, so another runner in scoring position, and that'll bring up Brittany Franks. Now batting for Tornadoes, left fielder number 3, Brittany Franks. So Tornadoes trying to add to this lead even further. The Emily White grand slam followed by the Allie Grace Hartman double. Tornadoes bats have come alive. And the pitch. Popped up and played there by the second baseman Murdoch for out number 2. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the pitcher number 7, Michaela McCoy. How to bring up Michaela McCoy with runner on second, Allie Grace Hartman, and 2 outs now. The Emily White grand slam. As this is hit deep to center as well by McCoy. Tough play by the center fielder. Hartman will score on the play. McCoy then into third successfully. And just like that, the Tornadoes up 9-1 after the McCoy triple. That ball was hit a long way, folks, also to one of the deepest parts of the park. That'll bring up Serena Rogers. Now batting for your Tornadoes catcher, number 26, Serena Rogers. So now a 5-run inning for the Tornadoes. The bottom of the 4th has been prosperous. 3 extra base hits, a grand slam by Emily White, a double by Allie Grace Hartman, then a triple right there for another RBI for McCoy, as this has popped up to first, and Scott's able to get out of this inning, but the damage was done. 5 runs here in the bottom of the 4th. Just like that, Tornadoes up 9-1. We'll head to the top of inning number 5. Your score, Brevard 9, Covenant 1. So Michaela McCoy going back to work here, enjoying now an 8-run lead. 2-0 the count to Taylor Murdoch. And the pitch, called strike, 2-1. This is hammered to left field. Nice piece of hitting there by Murdoch. Line drive single to left. Runner on for the Scots. Now batting the first baseman, number 35, Brianna Hill. So I'll bring up Brianna Hill. McCoy thus far, 4 innings pitched, has allowed just 1 run, 2 strikeouts, no walks. Murdoch able to steal second in that transaction. And now a time, and head coach Bree Sharon will speak with her pitcher, Michaela McCoy. We mentioned McCoy. She's allowed just 4 hits thus far. No extra base hits.
It's frozen, so, yeah.
7 groundouts, 2 flyouts,
It's good now. Yeah.
and 2 strikeouts. One-0 the count to Hill. Runner on second. The pitch. Hill puts this into play, handled by Emily White. Play to first. It's going to be a error on the Brevard College defense, and just like that, Covenant able to score a run. Hill winds up at second, so base runner now on second for Giller. Now batting the right fielder, number 12, Emma Giller. Now running at second base, number 2, Bailey Johnson. Bailey Johnson now the base runner at second. Emma Giller, the right fielder, at the plate. So trying to add some speed on those base paths with Bailey Johnson. And Giller will go to work against McCoy. Foul popped up, handled by Rogers, out number 2. Now batting the shortstop, number 5, Jordan Holman. So back to the top of the order we go. Jordan Holman.
Well, it was going good.
And the pitch.
It's just all blurry and stuff now.
And this is fielded by the right fielder for out number 2. As Hyatt's able to track that fly ball down. That'll bring up Vanessa Davis. Now batting the center fielder, number 3, Vanessa Davis.
I think the antenna thing.
'That first pitch swinging, fouled off down the left field line. Vanessa Davis. Covenant able to score a run here in the top of the 5th. A big inning in that bottom of the 4th for the Tornadoes. The big highlight, the Emily White grand slam to deep center field. I'm sure that'll be making the rounds on social media. Pitch there, high outside. To the count with 2 outs. 9-2 the score. Michaela McCoy continuing her outing. This will be her 56th pitch. As that's off the plate, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at third is the pinch runner Johnson.
It looks better. Should I move it or no? No, he better fix it.
And the pitch. Swing and a miss there. Another strikeout from McCoy. That's her third. And she was able to retire Davis for out number 3. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Your score, Brevard 9, Covenant 2. Autumn Lawless, first pitch swinging. And pop up there for out number 1. That'll bring up Beth Hyatt. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the right fielder, number 5, Beth Hyatt. So Beth Hyatt will step into the batter's box. Infield in for Covenant. Oh, 2 the count. And the pitch. Off the plate. 1-2 now the count here to Beth Hyatt. Well, beautiful spring Wednesday here at Brevard College. Weather couldn't be better for a softball doubleheader. Matinee style. Pitch out of off the plate there. 2-2 the count. Taylor Hannah waits on deck. She's had a big day. And the pitch. Fouled off. Kirpa continues her outing for Covenant. And able to retire there, Hyatt. That'll bring up Taylor Hannah. Now batting for Tornadoes, shortstop number 10, Taylor Hannah. So Kirpa over 90 pitches now. And now we'll take on Taylor Hannah. Hannah, 2 for 3, has reached base all 3 plate appearances, one of them via an error. But when your leadoff hitter is reaching base every time up, that's exactly what you're looking for from that spot in the batting order. 1-1 the count with 2 outs. The pitch from Kirpa. Off the plate, ball 2. Pitch there off the plate. 3-1 the count. And the pitch. Grounded to first and 3 unassisted on the putout. And we'll head to the top of the 6th with your score, Brevard 9, Covenant 2. So that'll bring up Aileen Hill, the left fielder, batting in that 3 hole. As Tornadoes trying to close this one out, ahead 9-2. Great pitching by McCoy. The big highlight offensively, Emily White with a grand slam. Back in the bottom of the 4th. McCoy versus Hill here to lead off the top of the 6th. Oh, 1 the count. Pitch outside, ball 2. We'll check that, 1-1 the count. And the pitch, lifted to left. And play made there by Brittany Franks for out number 1. Now batting the catcher, number 10, Faith Manning. So I'll bring up Faith Manning. And the pitch from McCoy. First pitch swinging, comebacker to McCoy. Juggled it just a bit there, and it'll be A base runner on first for the Scots. Now batting third baseman number 26, Torrey Layfield. Play there was ruled an error on the pitcher. So runner at first. After the fielding error. This is lifted to center field for out number 2. Now batting the DP, number 14, McKenna Dance. So that'll bring up McKenna Dance, designated player, with a runner at first, Manning, and 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Game 1 of a twin bill between the Scots and the Tornadoes, USA South Conference rivals. As we mentioned, these two teams will square off in men's soccer on Saturday with a lot at stake. USA South Conference West Division Championship. Meanwhile, here on the softball field, Tornadoes have run out to a 9-2 lead here in the top of the 6th. And the 2-0. Called strike. 2-1 the count with 2 outs. Runner on first. And Michaela McCoy trying to keep this margin nice and wide. Pitch there, outside and high. Ball 3. And the pitch. Comebacker again to McCoy. This time she handles it with ease for out number 3. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th with your score, Brevard 9, Covenant 2. So Jocelyn Falkers will lead off for the Tornadoes, the Illinois native. Bottom of inning number 6, Tornadoes with a comfortable 9-2 lead. But as we've seen in college softball, no lead is necessarily a safe one. Unless you get that run rule in effect, anything's possible in this sport. As this is grounded to left, so base hit for Falkers, so base runner for Emily White. Now batting for your Tornadoes, third baseman number 12, Emily White. First pitch to White off the plate, ball 1. Second pitch called strike. Fouled off there. 1-2 the count. So a Falkers single to start this inning, and now Emily White with the grand slam to deep center field earlier in this contest. 2-2 now the count to White. No outs. Bottom of inning number 6, a 9-2 advantage for the Tornadoes. And the pitch. Fouled back. Kirpa now over 100 pitches. And the pitch. 3-2 the count. 9-2 Tornadoes on top. As this is lined into center for out number 1. Bring up Allie Grace Hartman. Now batting for your Tornadoes, second baseman number 16, Allie Grace Hartman. First pitch to Hartman. Off the plate, ball 1. Fouled off there. 2-1 the count. Grounder there to third. Scott's try to turn the double play, end up getting the force out at second, so 2 down. Here, inning number 6. Now batting for your Tornadoes, left fielder number 3, Brittany Franks. So Brittany Franks will step to the plate Franks fouls that back. If the inning continues, Michaela McCoy awaits on deck. And the pitch. In the dirt. Nice hustle there by Hartman to beat out a pickoff attempt at first. This is grounded to left for a base hit, so single for Brittany Franks. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the pitcher, number 7, Michaela McCoy. So McCoy will step to the plate to try to help her own cause, the Tornadoes pitcher. This pitch painting the outside corner. Strike one. 0-1 the count with 2 outs. And the pitch. Fouled off. Strike 2. And the 0-2. McCoy puts this into play, and 4-3 on the putout. It'll be the end of the inning. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Last chance for the Scots. Your score, Brevard 9, Covenant 2. So to the top of the 7th we go. Final chance for Covenant here in game number 1 of this doubleheader with Brevard leading 9-2. Michaela McCoy. She's been very effective in the circle. McCoy, 6 innings pitched, 2 runs, 1 earned run, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks, 8 groundouts, 6 flyouts. And first up for McCoy is the second baseman for the Scots, Taylor Murdoch. And the pitch, high, ball 1. Very efficient by McCoy as well, just 71 pitches. called strike there. So averaging about a dozen pitches per frame. And the pitch. In the dirt, ball 2. And the 2-1. Off the plate, 3-1 the count. And the pitch. Fouled away. Count will run full. And out number 1 there, nicely done by Tornado's defense. 2 outs away. Now batting first baseman number 35, Brianna Hill. Wind starting to pick up here at the BC softball field suddenly. You can see some of that dirt blowing. As a gusting wind has suddenly hit the venue. So with 1 down, Hill at the plate for the Scots. The pitch from McCoy. First pitch strike. Good looking pitch there to open this at bat by Michaela McCoy, senior from nearby Cullowhee, North Carolina, here in the mountains. And the 0-1. This is blasted to right and caught there in right field by Beth Hyatt for out number 2. 1 out away now for the Tornadoes. Now batting the right fielder, number 12, Emma Giller. So that'll bring up Emma Giller. Covering it down to its final out. McCoy has been masterful. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Wicked pitch there from McCoy. And the 0-1. That's going to be a hit by pitch off the wrist area of Giller. And back to the top of the order will go Jordan Holman. Now batting the shortstop, number 5, Jordan Holman. Bit of a contention from the Tornadoes faithful, whether that was indeed a hit by pitch or perhaps hit a part of the bat there. Bottom line is Giller was rewarded first. Now McCoy will go back to work. First pitch strike. This pitch is drilled down the right field line, one of the harder hit balls all day by the Scots, and it'll be a stand-up double for the leadoff hitter Holman, who now has a 2-for-4 day. That'll bring up Vanessa Davis. Now batting center fielder number 3, Vanessa Davis. So 2 outs, top of inning number 7. Tornadoes looking to close this out promptly. But 2 base runners on board for the Scots. And that pitch ends up all the way back to the backstop. That'll score a run for the Scots. Ruled a pass ball by the official scorer. So add a run for the Scots. And the pitch. Straight back, 1-1 the count. So the Scots able to add another run here. At the moment, unearned. So 2 of the 3 runs allowed for McCoy unearned in this one. And the 1-1. This is fouled off. And the Davis at bat will continue, and she's trying to shake it off. The foul ball might have hit her in the lower leg somewhere. And she's able to shake it off, and looks like this at bat will continue. 1-2 the count, 2 outs, runner on third, 9-3 Tornadoes on top. Michaela McCoy trying to get the complete game victory here. This is popped back towards our broadcast location. And the pitch. Outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Game 2 of this doubleheader coming up following this one. So I hope you can stick around for more action between the Scots and Tornadoes. This pitch traveled a long way off the bat of Davis, but ultimately foul down that left field fence. And the pitch. Fouled back once again. So becoming quite the battle here between McCoy and Davis. Davis continuing to stay alive, not just for her at bat, but the entire contest for Covenant down to their final out here. 9-3 the score. The pitch. Grounder to White. White then makes the play to first for out number 3. Tornadoes win. And your final score, game number 1 of this doubleheader, Brevard 9, Covenant 3. The Tornadoes win. Winning pitcher, Michaela McCoy. And big highlight in this one, a grand slam home run by Emily White. Once again, your final score for the final time here in game number 1, Brevard 9, Covenant 3. Game number 2 of the doubleheader coming up next. So big win for the Tornadoes, the 9-3 victory over Covenant. And Michaela McCoy was outstanding. She'll be the winning pitcher, of course. 7 innings, the complete game, 5 hits, 3 runs, just 1 earned run, 4 strikeouts, no walks. Allowed just 1 extra base hit, a double, and 9 ground outs, 7 flyouts. McCoy threw 91 pitches, 59 strikes. So Excellent day for Michaela McCoy in the circle. Tornadoes offense with a big day, 15 hits in total. 6 extra base hits, 2 doubles, 3 triples, and a home run, including a grand slam by Emily White. She went 2 for 4 with 5 RBI and the grand slam home run that busted this game open. Also multiple hit games for Jocelyn Falkers. She was 3 for 4 with 3 runs scored. Allie Grace Hartman, 3 for 4 with 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs, a double, and a triple. So big day for the second baseman, Allie Grace Hartman. Michaela McCoy, the winning pitcher, went 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs, a double, and a triple. And a big day at the plate for McCoy to help her own cause. Taylor Hanna, the leadoff hitter, the shortstop, 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored and a triple. We mentioned Emily White with her big day, 5 RBIs, the grand slam, 2 hits. Autumn Lawless went 1 for 3 with a run score. Brittany Franks went 1 for 4 as well. And all adds up to an impressive win by the Tornadoes. Multiple hit games for the Scots. Hill went 2 for 3 and Holman 2 for 4. So big victory for the Tornadoes. 9 runs on 15 hits. 3 errors for Brevard. For Covenant, 3 runs on 5 hits and 2 errors. Game number 2 of this doubleheader will be next here at the BC Softball Complex. Hope you can stick around for that one. The Tornadoes get their 4th win of the season, the 9-3 victory over Covenant. Thanks for joining us here for Brevard College Softball. Just about get started. Game number 2 of this doubleheader. Brevard and Covenant. Tornadoes take game 1, 9-3. Big performance in the circle by pitcher Michaela McCoy. Also a grand slam by Emily White. Huge highlight in that one. Tornadoes will be going with a somewhat similar lineup, but Allie Grace Hartman will be the pitcher for the Tornadoes in game number 2. Shortstop Taylor Hanna will lead off. Falkers, White, 1, 2, 3. Hartman, Franks, McCoy, 4, 5, 6. Rogers, Lawless, and Hyatt, 7, 8, 9 in the batting order. Let's check out the Tornadoes as they line up defensively. In right field, Beth Hyatt. In center field, Jocelyn Falkers. In left field, Brittany Franks. At first base, Autumn Lawless. At second base, Michaela McCoy. At shortstop, Taylor Hanna. At third base, Emily White. The catcher is Serena Rogers. And pitching for the Tornadoes, number 16, Allie Grace Hartman.
When do I switch it right here?
So, about to get started here. Game number 2 of this doubleheader. 3:22 Eastern Time, first pitch on game 2 of this twin bill. Tornadoes take game 1, 9-3. Allie Grace Hartman in the circle for the Nados. And leadoff hitter for Covenant, Jordan Holman. First pitch fouled off, strike 1. Second pitch, ground out to the second baseman for out number 1. That'll bring up Vanessa Davis. Now batting the center fielder, number 3, Vanessa Davis. So quick out there for Allie Grace Hartman and the Brevard College defense. The Tornadoes were sensational in game number 1, a 9-3 victory. Big days at the plate for Hartman, McCoy, Hanna, and Emily White with a 5 RBI day, including a grand slam to the deepest part of the park, dead center, that blew that game open. Now Tornadoes looking for a sweep in this doubleheader, game number 2. Allie Grace Hartman against the 2-hole hitter, Vanessa Davis. That's fouled off down the third base line. Tornadoes infield defensively at first base is Autumn Lawless. Second baseman is the pitcher from game 1, Michaela McCoy. Allie Grace Hartman played second in game 1. She pitches in game 2. The shortstop is Taylor Hanna. The third baseman, Emily White. Behind the plate, the catcher is Serena Rogers. And the pitch. Inside, ball 2. Outfield for the Tornadoes from right to left, Hyatt, Falkers, and Franks. Allie Grace Hartman, the senior from Lawndale, North Carolina. This is lifted to left field. It's in foul territory, and making the play there is Brittany Franks for out number 2. So 2 up, 2 down for Allie Grace Hartman and the Brevard College defense. Now batting left fielder number 21, Aileen Hill. So Aileen Hill, the 3-hole hitter, will go to work now against Hartman. That pitch low, ball 1. This pitch grounded right back to Hartman. 1-2-3 inning for Hartman and the Tornadoes. Great start to game number 2 of this doubleheader. We'll head to the bottom of the first, scoreless between the Scots and the Tornadoes. So Taylor Hanna will lead things off for the Tornadoes. Same pitcher as we saw in game number 1, Lauren Kierpa for the Scots. So Kierpa going back to work here. The junior from Alpharetta, Georgia. 1-1 the count to Taylor Hanna. Hanna, Falkers, White, the do-ups for the Tornadoes. And the pitch. Off the plate, ball 2. This is lifted to left field for out number 1. That'll bring up Jocelyn Falkers. Now batting for your Tornadoes, center fielder number 13, Jocelyn Falkers. Jocelyn Falkers go to work here against Kirpa. That pitch low, ball one. 1 out here, bottom of the first, just getting started here. Game number 2 of this doubleheader. Beautiful weather today on this Wednesday afternoon in the mountains of western North Carolina. And the 1-0. Called strike, 1-1 the count. And the pitch. Low, outside, ball 2. Emily White, the offensive star of game 1, awaits on deck. Tornadoes in the black uniforms with the blue numberings, the white outline. Covenant, blue jerseys with white sleeves, white numerals and lettering. Black pants. And the pitch. Grounded up the middle. Nice play by Covenant shortstop Holman for out number 2. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the third baseman, number 12, Emily White. I'll bring up Emily White. Fair to say, since the Tornadoes moved back to this facility, the BC softball field, that the White Grand Slam home run, biggest highlight to date on this facility, an incredible blast to center field that scored 4 runs in the process. A Grand Slam home run by the senior Emily White out of Shelby, North Carolina. One the count with 2 outs. And the pitch. Low, outside, ball 2. Members of the Brevard College football team in attendance, catching a little bit of the softball game right before their practice. You see some of them actually in their pads. Tornadoes football coming off a big win over the weekend. Dominant victory over North Carolina Wesleyan. The 3-1 in the dirt. Now 3-2 the count, so we might have had it off a pitch there. So 3-2 the count with 2 outs. This is lifted to short and dropped by Holman, the shortstop. So White will safely find her way to third base, or check that first base, and that'll bring up the pitcher, Allie Grace Hartman. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the pitcher, number 16, Allie Grace Hartman. That'll bring up Allie Grace Hartman, the Tornadoes pitcher. With base runner at first, the red-hot Emily White. Just everything going her way, including that last at-bat. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. Bottom inning number 1, game 2, between these two USA South Conference rivals. These two schools will meet in men's soccer this weekend with high stakes West Division Championship at Lookout Mountain, Georgia. Pitch there off the plate. 2-1 the count. Bree Sharon's the head coach of the Tornadoes in her first season. She also coaches third base when the Tornadoes are at the plate. This is lifted to shallow center, and that'll be out number 3. So scoreless still at the end of 1. Brevard 0, Covenant 0.
So now batting number 10, Faith Manning for the Scots. As she hits it back up to the middle. Great play by Taylor Hanna to stop it going into the outfield. That's about as far as it'll get. It'll be an infield single there for Manning of the Scots. So a runner on first for the Scots as Layfield comes, squares around for a bunt, but holds off that. It's a 1-0 count to Layfield. The Scots' third baseman. She swings through one. That's a 1-1 count for Hartman and the Tornadoes. Throw a run on first in this top half of the second inning. Another square around bunt. It's a stolen base opportunity and a gun out there by number 26 for the Tornadoes, Serena Rogers. Guns out the runner, number 10, Faith Manning of the Scots. So it's 1 out for the Tornadoes, a 1-2 count now to Tori Layfield. The Tornadoes are in full control of this top half of the second inning. No runners on, 1-2 count for for Hartman. That's popped up by Layfield to right fielder for the Tornadoes, Beth Hyatt. And that's 2 down for the Tornadoes. Taylor Murdoch, the second baseman. Seeing her first pitch from Hartman. And that hits outside corner. 0-1 count. pitch in the same exact spot by the senior, Allie Grace Hartman. It's a quick 0-2 count. Murdoch getting a piece of that going behind, and it stays 0-2. 2 outs, top of the second inning. Another foul ball by Murdoch. It's a bit of a battle here with Hartman and Murdoch. This is a 0-2 count, 2 outs for the senior, Allie Grace Hartman from Lawndale, North Carolina. The Burns High School product. As Hartman deals her pitch. That's fouled off again. Another foul ball by number 17, Taylor Murdoch, as she stays alive. That'll be the 4th foul ball in succession as the count stays 0-2. That'll go right back to Hartman, and that'll be the 3rd out for the Tornadoes as Taylor Murdoch grounds out back out to the pitcher, Allie Grace Hartman, who retires the side there. So Brittany Franks steps up for the Tornadoes to lead off the bottom of the second inning. Now she sees a called strike for her first pitch of the at-bat. That swung on, hit right back up to the pitcher of the Scots. Over to first, and that'll be the 1st out of the inning. Michaela McCoy stepping in for the Tornadoes. She swings and hits it in between third and shortstop and into left field for a base hit. Catcher Serena Rogers steps in for the Tornadoes with a runner on first base. She squares around a bunt, and that's fouled behind. Stolen base there for Michaela McCoy as that gets all the way into center field, and she'll advance. Advances all the way to third. Scott's coach comes out to the circle to have a team chat. Beautiful day here in Brevard, North Carolina. Sunny 75. Mountains in the background. Start of spring here in western North Carolina. Now with a runner on third, Serena Rogers will step back in to the batter's box, looking to do some damage to the Scots here in the bottom of the second. 1-1 count with 1 out for Rogers. She squares around the bunt. That's back to the pitcher. And that's over the second baseman of the Scots, who's covering first. And that'll get Rogers all the way to third base. Oh, and she'll be called out on the slide. Good play there by the Scots, but the Tornadoes score a run through number 7, Michaela McCoy. So Autumn Lawless up to play with 2 outs, nobody on. Tornadoes did get a run there, so it's 1-0 to the Tornadoes in the bottom of the second. Michaela McCoy crossed the plate on that bunt from Serena Rogers, who tried to go all the way to third, but is called out on the tag. So Lawless fouls the ball off. That's an 0-2 count. That's swung on and hit down the line, past the third baseman and into left field. Lawless is going to try to stretch into a double, and that she slides in safe. So Tornadoes get a 2-out double through first baseman Autumn Lawless. So with a runner on second, Tornadoes have 2 outs. And the right fielder, number 5, Beth Hyatt, steps into the batter's box for her first plate appearance of this game, as she watches the ball go outside. That's swung through, and it's a 1-1 count now to the Tornadoes' right fielder. If you're just joining us, the Tornadoes won 9-3 in the first game of this doubleheader, this conference, USA South Conference doubleheader. As Beth Hyatt fouls one back, and it's a 1-2 count with 2 outs for the Tornadoes. Big play coming from the Tornadoes' third baseman with a grand slam. Emily White hit a grand slam to the deepest part of the Tornadoes softball field, which eventually pushed them up to about 8 runs. And then they eventually won 9-3, like I said earlier. This is a 2-2 count now to Hyatt. Hyatt chops it back to the pitcher, and that'll be out number 3 for Lauren Kirpa and the Scots. So going to the top of the third, Tornadoes are leading 1-0 over the Covenant College Scots. So McKenna Dance in for the Scots. It's a 2-0 count now to Dance. Now it's a 2-1 count now after the strike from Hartman. That's fouled back, and it's a 2-2 count now for Hartman to Dance, the DP for the Scots. Pitch comes in. That's fouled deep down the right field line. Long foul ball there by Dance. Still 2-2 count. Ball high there, and it's a full count. Now to the leadoff batter in the top of the third inning for the Scots. Payoff pitch here from Hartman as that's hit deep down the right field line. Great play there by Beth Hyatt, though, who corrals that in going down the right field line. That'll be the first out here for the Tornadoes in the top of the third. So Brianna Hill steps in to the batter's box for the Scots as she fouls her first pitch.
From here, well, it's just it's just a little down, but it's on. So sorry about that technical difficulties. The foul ball actually hit off our camera down the first base line. If you guys were sitting at home and jumped out of your chair on that one.
And that's exactly what happened. Now batting for the Scots, number 12, Emma Giller. She bunts it down the first base line. And advances the runner. That'll be out number 2 for the Tornadoes. Number 5, Jordan Holman, stepping up into the batter's box with a runner on second and 2 outs for the Scots. Top of the third here. First pitch a bit high. It's a 1-0 count to Holman. Second pitch a bit inside. 2-0 count from Hartman to Holman. The Scots with a runner on second is number 2, Bailey Johnson. And fouled back there by Holman. Pushes the count 2-1. Ground ball over to Taylor Hanna, the shortstop. Good stretch there by Autumn Lawless, who retires the side. No damage done with a runner in scoring position, and the Tornadoes go into the bottom of the third inning, still leading 1-0 over the Covenant College Scots. So ground ball by Hanna over to the shortstop, and that'll be the first out for the Scots as they retire Taylor Hanna. Jocelyn Folker steps up to bat for the Tornadoes now. It's her first pitch is a ball. Down low. It's a 1-0 count now to Folkers. That's a swinging strike by Folkers as she's playing with 1 out, no runners on. The junior center fielder for the Tornadoes squares around for a bunt and pulls that back quickly, and it's a 2-1 count. Another ball inside, and that runs the count up to 3-1. So Folkers is way ahead in the batting count here. That ball is put in right into the strike zone. 3-2 now for Folkers. A payoff pitch coming from Kirpa of the Scots to Folkers. That swung on down the third base line sharply. That would be safe there by Folkers. It's an infield hit there, I believe. So actually an error there on the third baseman of the Scots. As Emily White steps in, for the Tornadoes. White's as I spoke earlier, has hit a grand slam in the first game of this doubleheader. White swings on a chopper to the shortstop, stepped on second base, and White runs through a fielder's choice there by the Scots shortstop. So 2 outs for the Scots now. Number 16, Allie Grace Hartman, steps into the batter's box with a runner on first and 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. That's chopped to third base. Another bobble there, but good play there by number 26, Toria Layfield. That'll retire the side here for the Tornadoes. Still leading 1-0 going into the top of the fourth inning. Vanessa Davis stepping into the batter's box for the Scots against Allie Grace Hartman. And watches the first ball go by as a ball. That pitch actually hits off the end of the bat. It's a foul ball. A 1-1 count. Now to Davis. Here in the top of the fourth inning, this USA South Conference matchup, second of the doubleheader between your Brevard College Tornadoes, the Covenant College Scots. That ball's hit sharply into left center field. Rolls all the way to the fence. And Franks finally grabs it and brings it in. It's a leadoff double for number 3, Vanessa Davis of the Scots. Now batting number 21, Aileen Hill. Two 2-0 count now to Hill. A foul ball. 2-1 now to Hill. No run, or one runner on at second base. Scoring position, no outs. Swung on down the right field line, but a foul ball, thankfully for the Tornadoes' sake. A long strike there for Hartman and the Tornadoes. Both runners safe there for the Scots, excuse me, and now runners on second and third with no outs. The Tornadoes still lead 1-0. Now batting number 10, Faith Manning. As Faith Manning steps into the batter's box after the infield meeting by the Tornadoes with runners on second and third. No outs. Ball's popped up the shortstop Taylor Hanna, and that'll be the first out of the inning here for the Tornadoes. So a little bit of optimism here for the Tornadoes getting out of this inning. 1 out, runners on second and third. As Toria Layfield steps into the batter's box for the Scots. Runners on second and third, 1 out for Allie Grace Hartman. That's a hard hit ball to right field. There's sac fly there by Layfield, who scores number 3, Vanessa Davis, who started this inning off the leadoff double. So it's 1-1 now in the top of the 4th inning for the Scots and the Tornadoes. Now batting number 17, Taylor Murdoch. Murdoch sees her first pitch go by. It's a ball, 1-0 count with 2 outs. It's a foul ball down the left field line. It's a 1-1 count with 2 outs and a runner on third for Murdoch. It's low and away. It's a 2-1 count, excuse me. Again, runner on third. 2 outs, 2-1 count for the senior pitcher, Allie Grace Hartman of the Tornadoes. As that hits the outside corner, it's a 2-2 count now to Murdoch. That's hit hard down the left field line. Diving opportunity there by Franks. It gets past her. And that's going to be a great play. Finally gets it back. A little bit of chat from the Tornadoes and the Scots dugout. But it's an out there, but the Scots score the run. So 2 runs in that top of the 4th inning for the Scots, who now lead 2-1 as the Tornadoes come up to bat at the bottom of the 4th. Now batting left fielder number 3, Brittany Franks. So Brittany Franks stepping into the batter's box. After a great recovery play in left field, he had the last out for the Tornadoes. As she swings a hard hit ball to shortstop. It's a good play there by number 5 of the Scots, Jordan Hallman. Be the first out for the Scots. McCoy pops up to shortstop again, and Hallman tires out number 2 of the inning. So 2 for 2 for the Scots, number 5, Jordan Hallman. Now batting catcher, number 26, Serena Rogers. Rogers sees her first pitch go by as first strike. Swung on, popped up into shallow right field. And great play there by number 17, Taylor Murdoch, the Scots second baseman. And retires 1-2-3. Tornadoes going into the top of the fifth inning, down 2-1 to the Covenant College Scots. Now batting number 33, Diana Munoz. So stepping in for the Scots is Diana Munoz. Against Allie Grace Hartman, as Munoz watches the first ball go as a ball, and it's 1-0 count. Ball's hit back up the middle. And great play there by shortstop Taylor Hanna, who's a diving catch right behind second base. Retires the first out in this top of the fifth inning. Now batting number 35, Brianna Hill. Foul ball there by Hill. Hits it deep down the right field line. Hill hits a hard right back to number 16, Allie Grace Hartman, who has quick reactions there and catches it as it goes right back to her. That'll be out number 2 for the Tornadoes. Now batting number 12, Emma Giller. The right fielder for the Scots now up to bat. 2 outs, no runners on. Still nursing a 2-1 lead to the Tornadoes. The appeal goes down to the first base line umpire. He calls it a ball as well. The hitter did not swing at that. So it's a 1-0 count to Giller. But then pitch right on the inside corner, a 1-1 count now to the Scots right fielder. A blooping play over the left fielder, Taylor Hanna, by number 12 of the Scots, Emma Giller. So a runner on now for the Scots with 2 outs. Now batting number 5, Jordan Holman. So Holman up to bat, the leadoff hitter for the Scots, and the shortstop. The runner on first, 2 outs, and that's hit to the shortstop, Taylor Hanna, and that gets the force play at second. And the Tornadoes go into the bottom of the 5th inning, down 2-1 to the Covenant College Scots. Now batting for the Tornadoes, first baseman number 24, Autumn Lawless. So Autumn Lawless stepping into the batter's box for the Tornadoes, leading off this bottom of the 5th inning, trying to start a rally here for the Tornadoes, down 2-1 in this second game of the USA South Conference doubleheader with the Covenant College Scots. So that's a hit right to center fielder of the Scots, and that'll be out number 1 on the first pitch by Lauren Kierpa. Now batting right fielder number 5, Beth Hyatt. Beth Hyatt swung on first pitch, and that's foul right down the left field line. Another strike there to Hyatt, and Kierpa is dealing now for the Scots. 0-2 count to Hyatt, 1 out, no runners on. Pitch just outside for Kierpa. It's a 1-2 count now with 1 out to the Tornadoes right fielder. Another good eye there. Count runs to 2-2. Beth Hyatt, sophomore from Sunset, South Carolina, 2-2 count now. That's a sharp hit ball left to the third baseman who catches it before it hits the ground. And that's a out number 2 for the Scots. Now batting shortstop number 10, Taylor Hanna. Hannah watches her first pitch go behind for a strike off the outside corner of the plate. 0-1 count now for Hannah. Hannah swings on it, back up the middle, and that's a single there. It hits off center fielder's leg to the side of her. Hannah thought about it, but stays at first for the single, 2 outs. Now batting the center fielder, number 13, Jocelyn Folkers. So Jocelyn Folkers, the junior center fielder, up to bat with a runner on first base, 2 outs. And that hits the outside corner, 0-1 count. Pitch a little bit up and away for the center fielder of the Tornadoes, Jocelyn Folkers. And that's a 1-1 count. 2 outs, runner on first base for the Tornadoes. That swung on, hit hard. Great play there by the third baseman of the Scots. Great play there by Tori Layfield. He gets the third out there for the Scots, and they stay in the lead 2-1 going into the top of the 6th inning here in this USA South Conference matchup between your Brevard College Tornadoes and the Covenant College Scots. So Vanessa Davis, center fielder for the Scots, up to bat against the senior Allie Grace Hartman of the Tornadoes. That's popped up behind. Foul ball. No, 1 count to Davis. Scots still leading 2-1 in the top of the 6th inning here at the Brevard College softball field. That's swung on, hit right back up to Hartman. That's easy first out for the Tornadoes. Now batting number 21, Aline Hill. As Hill steps into the batter's box. 1 out, no runners on for Hill. And Tornadoes still dealing through Allie Grace Hartman. That ball is hard hit foul ball. But Beth Hyatt is under it. That's out number 2 for the Tornadoes. So 2 up, 2 down for the Tornadoes in this top half of the 6th inning. Now batting number 10, Faith Manning. Manning, the catcher for the Scots. What's a bat with 2 outs, no runners on. Watches the first pitch go behind her for a ball. 1-0 count. That ball was hit hard down third baseline, barely foul, about a foot off the line. It's a 1-2 count now. Long strike there for Hartman and the Tornadoes. 1-2 count, 2 outs for Faith Manning, the catcher of the Scots. That's another hard hit ball, but that goes straight to Brittany Franks, the left fielder of the Tornadoes, and that'll retire the side. 1-2-3 for Allie Grace Hartman and the Tornadoes. So going into the bottom of the 6th inning, Tornadoes still down 2-1 to the Covenant College Scots. Emily White stepping to the batter's box for the Tornadoes, looking to get something done in the bottom of the 6th inning here. Still down 2-1 to the Scots. That ball is low, and it's a 1-0 count to start off this bottom of the 6th inning. In the second game of this USA South Conference doubleheader for the Tornadoes and the Scots. That ball is swung on and hit on the left field line, foul. It's a 1-1 count now to White. The ball is popped up, still in play. That's a catch there by number 10 of the Scots, Faith Manning. And that'll be the first out in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Scots. Now batting pitcher number 16, Allie Grace Hartman. So Hartman looking to help herself out on in the pitching circle, but also in the batter's box here as she watches first ball outside for a ball. That ball swung on, hit hard into left field, and that'll be a single there for Allie Grace Hartman. It helps herself out getting on base. Now batting left fielder number 3, Brittany Franks. Brittany Franks stepping into the batter's box now for the Tornadoes, the left fielder and the senior. With 1 out, 1 runner on. She watches her first pitch go past her for a strike 1. That ball's hit hard and stopped by the pitcher, Kirpa. And great play, picking up with her glove and flicking it over to first baseman, and that'll be out number 2, but runner advances there. Ellie Grace Hartman on second base now with 2 outs. Now batting second baseman, number 7, Michaela McCoy. So number 7, Michaela McCoy steps into the batter's box. So ball 1 to Michaela McCoy.
Oh, thanks, Steph.
And that ball's low again from McCoy. So a 2-0 count now. Tornadoes second baseman. The ball's hit down right field line foul, and it'll be a 2-1 count. McCoy
4 minutes.
also won her first game, the first game of this doubleheader, 9-3 in the pitcher's circle for the Tornadoes. Now she's looking to get the Tornadoes on the board. She watches the second one, or their pitch go for the second strike, excuse me. It's a 2-2 count now with a runner on second and 2 outs for the Tornadoes. It's his second baseman, Michaela McCoy. That will swing on, hits a third baseman, good play there. That gets the Scots out of the jam. It's 2-1, still the Scots lead going into the top of the 7th inning. Now batting number 26, Tori Layfield. So Layfield sees her first pitch high for a ball. And second pitch, it hits off the outside corner of the plate. 1-1 count now for Hartman. That's swung on shallow center. A catch there by Jocelyn Folkers, the junior center fielder. Now batting number 17, Taylor Murdoch. First pitch was just a bit high from Hartman. That ball's hit on hard. Over to Taylor Hanna, who retires her second out for the Tornadoes in the top of the 7th inning. Now batting number 33, Diana Munoz.
iPod, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Is somebody gonna?
So inning ends there, and so Covenant with a 2-1 lead as we head to the bottom of the 7th. And big half inning coming up here for the Tornadoes to see if they can find the equalizing run and perhaps even go ahead here. So Serena Rogers leading off here in the bottom of the 7th for the Tornadoes. Trailing 2-1. And great play there by the Covenant shortstop on the move for out number 1, Holman. Great play defensively. That'll bring up Autumn Lawless. Now batting the first baseman, number 24, Autumn Lawless. So bottom of the 7th here, Tornadoes down to their final 2 outs. Been a tight ball game. Tornadoes took a 1-0 lead back in the 2nd, and then Covenant responded with 2 runs in the 4th. Scoreless frames ever since. 0-1 the count to Lawless. Low, ball 1. 1-1 the count with 1 out. Beth Hyatt awaits on deck for the Tornadoes. Lawless 1 for 2 in this contest. And the pitch. Low outside. 2-1 the count. Lauren Kierpa, who pitched the entire first game of this doubleheader, still going strong here for the Scots in game number 2. Lawless puts this into play. Comebacker to Kierna, and Tornadoes down to their final out. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the right fielder, number 5, Beth Hyatt. So that'll bring up Beth Hyatt. Tornadoes trying to stay alive here in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch over the plate, strike 1. Hyatt, the starting right fielder for the Tornadoes. If the inning continues, if the game continues, Taylor Hanna on deck. And the 0-1. Fouled off. Faith Manning popped up quickly, ready to try to make a 2-3 put out had that ball stayed fair. 0-2 the count. 2 outs. Tornadoes down to their final out, their final strike. Put into play here, and it's going to be a error, I believe will be the call on the throw. Meanwhile, all the way at second base is Beth Hyatt, and suddenly the Tornadoes have some life here in the bottom of the 7th. And a timeout on the field as Covenant coach wants to talk this over with Kierpa. But a big opportunity here for the Tornadoes. Now the tying run in scoring position, the go-ahead run at the plate. And Tyler Hanna, one of the top offensive performers for the Tornadoes, will be coming to the plate, the leadoff hitter with Beth Hyatt at second. So high drama here at the BC softball field. Now batting for your Tornadoes, the shortstop, number 10, Taylor Hanna. And the pitch. Called strike. And Hyatt able to take third in the meantime, so the tying run just got that much closer to home plate. And the 0-1 off the plate, 1-1. Taylor Hanna, shortstop out of Waynesville, North Carolina. Big opportunity here for Hanna. Snap throw to third. Hyatt easily back. 2-1 now the count with 2 outs. Called strike there, so 2-2 the count with 2 outs. Once again, Tornadoes down to their final strike. And Taylor Hanna, left-handed hitter. Good eye there, laying off that pitch high and outside. So the count runs full. If the inning and the game continues, Jocelyn Falker's on deck. Full count with 2 outs, 2-1 lead for Covenant. And called strike, and that'll do it. Covenant is going to come away with game 2 of this doubleheader. It'll be a split between the two teams. Your final score, Covenant 2, Brevard 1. The two teams split the doubleheader here this afternoon. Appreciate both teams and the student athletes for today's action at BC Softball Field, and want to remind all spectators, per USA South Conference policy, please So a split of the doubleheader between Covenant and Brevard. Covenant takes game 1 9-3. Big pitching performance in that one by Michaela McCoy. Emily White with a grand slam in that contest. 5 RBI performance. And then game 2 of the doubleheader went Covenant's way. Big pitching performance in game 2 of the doubleheader by Kierpa. 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, no earned runs, strikeout, and no walks. She was very effective. Pitched both games, by the way, for the Scots. Allie Grace Hartman was the starter for Brevard in game number 2. Complete game, 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs. None of them earned, so 2 unearned runs, and did not allow a walk. At the plate for the Tornadoes, Hartman 1 for 3, McCoy 1 for 3, Lawless 1 for 3, and Hannah 1 for 4. The one run by the Tornadoes came on a bit of a wild play. Rogers reached first on a throwing error, eventually ended up at second, and Michaela McCoy scored on the play. So once again, a split of the doubleheader between these two USA South Conference rivals. 9-3, Brevard takes game number 1, Covenant 2-1 in game number 2. Well, appreciate you joining us for this edition of Brevard College Softball. Be sure to subscribe and hit that little bell for all the notifications on the YouTube channel that you've watched this game today, and you'll catch us whenever we go live with Brevard College Athletics broadcast productions. Well, I want to thank all those behind the scenes and Patrick Hall, who handled a bunch of the play-by-play for this doubleheader, Joseph Marvin. He cast the thousands, of course, with all the students who help out behind the scenes as well. But once again, your final score in game 2 of the doubleheader, Covenant 2, Brevard 1, and in game 1 of the doubleheader, Brevard 9, Covenant 3. Thanks again for joining the broadcast. Go Tornadoes.